The battle was over. Percy Weasley stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts Castle, surrounded by the wounded and the weeping, and felt nothing but the weight of his wand in his hand. It was still warm from the curses he'd thrown, the shields he'd conjured, the wall he'd tried. Too late, always too late, to hold together with magic that proved as useless as everything else he'd ever done. Around him, people moved in slow motion. Madame Pomfrey directing the injured toward the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall speaking in low tones with Kingsley Shacklebolt. A group of students huddled together, crying. Harry Potter sat on the stone steps, looking like he'd aged a decade in a single night. Percy needed to leave. He needed to go home. The thought struck him with the force of a stunning spell. Home, the Burrow, the place he'd abandoned for the ministry, for ambition, for a version of himself he'd thought was better than the boy who'd grown up sharing a room and hand-me-down robes and his mother's treacle tart with 6 siblings, 7 siblings, 6 now. Percy's breath caught in his throat. His ministry robes, the ones he'd worn with such pride for 2 years while refusing his father's company, while returning his mother's Christmas jumper, while pretending he didn't have a family, were torn at the shoulder. Blood stained the hem. Not his blood. He didn't know whose. There had been so much of it. He turned toward the doors. His legs felt distant, disconnected, but they carried him forward anyway, past the great hall where bodies lay in neat rows under conjured sheets, past Hagrid's hut where smoke still rose from the forbidden forest beyond, down the sloping lawn where the grass was scorched and the earth itself seemed to mourn. The sun was setting. Percy had lost all sense of time hours ago. Had it been morning when Fred died? Afternoon? The battle had stretched into an eternity, and now it was over, and the sky was bleeding red and gold across the Scottish Highlands, like the world didn't know it should be grey. His feet found the path automatically. How many times had he walked this route in the opposite direction? 7 years as a student, taking the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross, riding the boats across the Black Lake, or the carriages up to the castle, always arriving, never leaving like this. The May evening air was cool against his face. It smelled of smoke and spring grass, and something else, something metallic and wrong that he knew was death, but couldn't name aloud. In the distance, he could still hear voices from the castle. Someone crying, someone calling for a healer. The sounds grew fainter with each step. Percy's hand tightened around his wand. Hawthorn, dragon heartstring, 12¼ inches. Rigid, Mr. Ollivander had said when he'd first held it at age 11. Percy had liked that. Rigid meant strong, inflexible, unyielding. He'd built his entire identity around that wand's description. He remembered Fred laughing about it once. Rigid Percy with his rigid wand and his rigid stick up his... Fred, their mother had warned, but she'd been smiling. Fred would never laugh again. The thought hit Percy like a physical blow, and he stumbled on the path. His knee struck a stone, but he barely felt it. He steadied himself against a tree, an old oak that had probably been here since the founder's time, and tried to breathe. He couldn't go home. What right did he have to go home? He'd chosen the ministry over his family. He'd called his father an embarrassment. He'd accused them of lacking ambition, of being content with mediocrity, of not understanding what it took to be successful in the wizarding world. And Fred had died, thinking Percy hated him. No, that wasn't true. At the end, in those final moments before the wall exploded, they'd fought side by side. Fred had grinned at him, that wild, reckless grin that had gotten them both into trouble countless times when they were children. And Percy had made a joke, an actual joke, about resigning from the ministry if that was what it took to fight properly. Fred had laughed. Percy had heard him laugh. Then the world had turned to stone and dust and silence. Percy pushed away from the tree. He had to keep moving. If he stopped, he would think. And if he thought, he would remember Fred's face going slack, his eyes losing their light, George screaming. His feet carried him forward. The path twisted through a copse of trees, then opened onto a meadow. Percy knew this land, knew it the way he knew the layout of the ministry, the way he knew every regulation in the guidelines for the proper use of ministry resources that he'd memorized and annotated and used as proof that he belonged somewhere other than the chaotic warmth of the Burrow. The Burrow. He was going there. He had to. But what would he say? How did you apologize for 2 years of absence? How did you walk back into a home you'd abandoned and ask for forgiveness when you'd returned their Christmas presents and refused to acknowledge them in public and written formal cold letters, signed P.A. Weasley, as if 3 initials could erase the fact that he'd once been Percy, who taught Ginny to read, who helped Ron with his homework, who listened to Bill's stories about curse breaking and Charlie's tales about dragons. The sky darkened as he walked. Stars emerged, cold and distant. Percy's shadow stretched long behind him, and he thought about all the times he'd walked away from his family. The morning he'd left for his first day at the ministry, so full of pride and ambition. The Christmas he'd stayed in London rather than come home. The day he'd sided with the ministry against his father, choosing Fudge's lies over his own family's truth. He'd been so certain he was right, so sure that his family didn't understand the importance of propriety, of following rules, of advancement and success. The ministry had valued him, given him responsibility, recognized his talents in ways his chaotic family never had. What a fool he'd been. The path narrowed, winding between hedgerows that scratched at his torn robes. Percy's hands trembled. He shoved them into his pockets, but that only made it worse because his left pocket held something that crinkled. A letter from Penelope, sent weeks ago, asking him to reconsider his stance, to reach out to his family, to stop letting his pride destroy the relationships that mattered. He'd written back a curt response about duty and principle. Then Penelope had stopped writing. Everyone had stopped reaching out eventually, even his mother's letters, which had come weekly at first, chatty, warm, full of family news and recipes and gentle invitations to visit, had dwindled to monthly, then stopped altogether last autumn. Percy had told himself he didn't mind, that he was better off focusing on his work. The truth was, he'd been relieved. Every letter had been a reminder of what he'd given up, and reading them had felt like pressing on a bruise. Now he would give anything for one more letter, one more chance to read his mother's looping handwriting, his father's cramped postscripts, the ridiculous drawings George and Fred always added to the margins. Fred was gone. Percy's vision blurred. He blinked hard, refusing to cry. He'd forfeited the right to cry. He'd made his choices, and now he had to live with them. The landscape shifted. He was close now. He recognized the hills, the specific angle of the trees, the distant glow of lights from Ottery St. Catchpole. How many times had he apparated to this exact spot during his Hogwarts years, eager to get home for holidays? And how many times in the past 2 years had he avoided it entirely? His heart began to pound. Not from exertion. The walk from Hogwarts to the apparition point had been long, but Percy was used to long hours of standing and walking through ministry corridors. No, this was fear. Pure, cold fear that settled in his chest and made his breath come short. They would hate him. They should hate him. He'd chosen ambition over love, principle over loyalty, the ministry's lies over his family's truth. And now, Fred was dead, and Percy had lost 2 years he could have spent with his brother. 2 years of jokes he'd never hear, of laughter he'd never share, of the twin chaos that had defined the Burrow for as long as Percy could remember. He reached the apparition point, a clearing marked by a standing stone that had been there since before the Statute of Secrecy. Percy stared at it, his wand hand shaking. He could apparate to London, back to his flat, small, tidy, silent. He could return to the ministry tomorrow, file reports on the battle, resume his work as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Fred was dead. Voldemort was defeated. The war was over, and Percy had spent it on the wrong side until the very end. Until Fred had made him laugh, had made him remember who he really was beneath the rigid ministry robes and the pompous speeches and the desperate need to prove himself worthy of respect. He turned the Burrow in his mind like a remembrall, trying to picture it. The lopsided structure held together by magic and love, and his father's enthusiastic incompetence with Muggle modifications. The garden gnomes, the chickens, the ghoul in the attic, his mother's kitchen, always warm, always smelling of something baking. The sitting room where the family clock hung, showing each member's location. That clock. Percy's hand had been stuck on work for 2 years. Where was it now? Did it register travelling? Or had it, in the chaos of battle, spun to mortal peril and stayed there, waiting for news? He thought of his mother watching that clock, watching Fred's hand stop moving. Percy doubled over, gasping. The grief hit him like a curse, stealing his breath, turning his bones to water. He pressed his forehead against the standing stone, its ancient surface cool and solid, and let himself feel it. All of it. The loss, the regret, the terrible weight of knowing he could never apologize to Fred, never tell him that he was sorry, that he'd been wrong, that family mattered more than any ministry position or ambitious career. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the stone, to the night, to the brother who would never hear him. "I'm so sorry, Fred." The wind picked up, rustling through the trees. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted, the ordinary sounds of an English countryside evening, as if the world hadn't just broken apart. Percy straightened slowly. His legs felt like they might give out, but he forced himself to stand. He pulled out his wand, held it steady despite the trembling in his hand, and focused on the destination. The Burrow. Home. He'd apparated thousands of times. It should have been simple, but his concentration kept fracturing, splintering into images of Fred's face, his mother's disappointed letters, his father's hurt eyes the last time they'd spoken. "Focus," Percy muttered to himself. "You can do this." He closed his eyes, pictured the Burrow clearly, the crooked chimney, the weathered wood, the garden fence always in need of repair, pictured his family inside, grieving, holding each other together, the way they always had when something went wrong. The way Percy hadn't been there to help them hold together for 2 years. With a crack that split the evening silence, Percy disapparated. The sensation of apparition, the compression, the spinning, the feeling of being squeezed through a space too small lasted only a second. Then Percy's feet hit solid ground, and he was there. The burrow stood before him in the twilight, and Percy's heart stopped. The house was damaged. One wall had partially collapsed, the same wall where Fred and Percy had been standing when they'd fought together, when they'd laughed together, when the explosion. Percy couldn't finish the thought, but the house still stood. Magic held it together, the same stubborn magic that had always kept the ramshackle structure from collapsing under its own impossible architecture. Lights glowed in the windows. Smoke rose from the crooked chimney, grey against the darkening sky. They were home. His family was home. Percy stood frozen at the garden gate. His hand rested on the worn wood, the same gate he'd swung on as a child, the same gate he'd walked through countless times without appreciating what waited on the other side. From inside, he could hear voices, low, indistinct, but present, his family, alive, together, except for Fred. Percy's hand tightened on the gate until splinters bit into his palm. He could turn around. He could apparate away, return to London, leave them to grieve without the brother who'd abandoned them when they needed him most. But he couldn't do that. Not anymore. Whatever they said, whatever they did, however much they hated him, he needed to face them, needed to try. He pushed open the gate. The hinges creaked, and the sound was so familiar it made Percy's chest ache. How many times had he heard that exact creak? How many times had he run up this garden path, eager to reach the house, to tell his mother about his OWLs, or his prefect badge, or his plans for the future? His feet knew the way. Past his mother's vegetable garden, now trampled and damaged. Past the chicken coop where the birds roosted for the night. Past the spot where the garden gnomes lived, and where Fred and George had once tried to convince him that gnomes could be trained to perform tricks if you were patient enough. Percy had told them they were being ridiculous. Now he wished he'd played along just once. The front door loomed before him. Yellow light spilled from the windows on either side. Percy could see shadows moving inside. People, his family, so close and yet impossibly distant. He raised his hand to knock, then froze. What would he say? Hello. I know I haven't spoken to you in 2 years, but I'm back now. Sorry I missed Fred's death. I was wrong about everything. None of it was enough. Nothing he could say would be enough, but he had to try. Percy's hand trembled as he knocked on the door. The sound was soft, barely audible, too quiet. They wouldn't hear it. He should knock again, louder, should announce his presence properly, should... He knocked again, harder this time. 3 solid raps that echoed through the evening air. Then he waited. Footsteps approached from inside, quick, familiar steps that Percy recognized even before the door opened. His mother. Molly Weasley stood in the doorway, and Percy's carefully prepared words died in his throat. She looked older, so much older than he remembered. Her hair, always somewhat wild, was disheveled and streaked with more grey. Her apron was stained. With what? Percy didn't want to know. Her eyes were red from crying, swollen and raw. And when they focused on him, standing on the doorstep in his torn ministry robes, they widened in shock. Mum, Percy managed. His voice came out as barely more than a whisper. I'm I came." He couldn't finish, couldn't find the words to explain why he was here, what he wanted, how sorry he was. But Molly Weasley had never needed words to understand her children. She stepped forward, and Percy braced himself for anger, for rejection, for the door to slam in his face. Instead, his mother reached out with both hands, grabbed the front of his robes, and pulled him inside. The door swung shut behind them with a soft click, and Percy stumbled into the light and warmth of the burrow, into the smell of wood smoke and healing potions and home, into his mother's arms as she held him with desperate strength and began to cry. And Percy, who had spent 2 years being rigid and proper and controlled, finally broke. Molly Weasley's arms were stronger than Percy remembered. She pulled him against her with a ferocity that drove the breath from his lungs, one hand fisted in his torn robes, the other cradling the back of his head the way she'd done when he was small and had nightmares about the ghoul in the attic. Her shoulders shook with sobs that she tried to muffle against his chest, and Percy stood frozen in the entryway, his arms hanging useless at his sides. He didn't deserve this, didn't deserve her forgiveness, her touch, her tears. "Mum," he tried again, the word cracking in his throat. "I'm so—" "Hush," Molly said, her voice muffled and fierce. "Just hush now." She smelled of wood smoke and dittany and the faint sweetness of the treacle tart she must have been baking before Fred, before everything. Her apron was rough against Percy's cheek, stained with things he didn't want to identify, healing potions, perhaps, or blood. There had been so much blood at Hogwarts. Percy's hands finally moved. Slowly, hesitantly, he brought them up to rest on his mother's back. She felt smaller than he remembered, more fragile, though her grip on him remained iron strong. When had she gotten smaller, or had he simply forgotten in 2 years of absence what it felt like to be held by the woman who had raised him? "I'm sorry," Percy whispered into her hair. "Mum, I'm so sorry. I never should have." "Not now," Molly said, pulling back just enough to look at him. Her face was blotchy with tears, her eyes searching his face as if memorizing every detail. "We'll talk later. Right now, you're home. You're here. That's what matters." But it wasn't what mattered. What mattered was that Fred was gone. And Percy had wasted 2 years being absent when he should have been here, should have been with his family, should have been the brother he was supposed to be instead of the ambitious fool he'd become. A floorboard creaked behind Molly, and Percy looked up to see his father standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Arthur Weasley had aged. The thought struck Percy with the force of a hex. His father had always seemed ageless somehow, perpetually enthusiastic, boyishly curious about Muggle artifacts, his face more prone to smiling than frowning. But the man standing in the kitchen doorway looked older than his years. His shoulders slumped. His face was drawn, exhausted, marked with scratches and bruises from the battle. His robes, not ministry robes, Percy noticed, but casual ones, were singed at the hem. Their eyes met across the small entryway, and Percy braced himself for anger, for accusation, for the disappointment he deserved. Instead, Arthur's face crumpled. He crossed the space in 3 long strides and wrapped his arms around both Percy and Molly, pulling them into an embrace that made Percy's throat close up entirely. "My boy," Arthur said, his voice rough. "My boy, you're here. You're safe." Percy couldn't speak, could barely breathe. His father's hand found his shoulder, the same shoulder Arthur had clapped countless times when Percy brought home perfect marks, when he made prefect, when he got his ministry position. But this touch was different, gentler, more desperate. "Dad," Percy managed. "Later," Arthur said, echoing Molly. "There's time for words later. Right now, just let us hold you." So Percy stood in the cramped entryway of the Burrow, surrounded by his parents' arms, and let himself be held. The grandfather clock in the sitting room ticked steadily, marking time that felt both infinite and impossibly short. From somewhere upstairs came the sound of movement, footsteps, a door closing, his siblings, his remaining siblings. The thought sent a fresh wave of grief through Percy's chest. 6 siblings. He had 6 siblings now, not 7. Never 7 again. Molly pulled back first, wiping her eyes with the corner of her apron. "You must be exhausted," she said, her voice thick. "Have you eaten? When did you last—" She stopped, her face crumpling again. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to fuss. You're not fussing," Percy said quietly. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, thin, unsteady. "I haven't eaten since, I don't remember. Before the battle, maybe." "Then you'll eat now," Molly said with sudden determination. She stepped back, straightening her apron, and Percy could see her pulling herself together through sheer force of will. "Arthur, help him to the kitchen. I'll warm something up. There's stew left from lunch, and bread, and—" She turned toward the kitchen, then stopped abruptly. Her hand flew to her mouth, and a sound escaped her. Half sob, half gasp. Percy followed her gaze and felt his heart stop. The kitchen was visible through the doorway, and there, on the far wall, hung the Weasley family clock. But it wasn't the clock itself that had made Molly freeze. It was one of the hands. Fred's hand. It hadn't moved to any of the usual positions: home, school, work, traveling. Instead, it remained fixed on a position Percy had rarely seen in all his years growing up. Mortal peril. Except Fred wasn't in mortal peril anymore. Fred was gone. The clock didn't have a position for that. Arthur's hand tightened on Percy's shoulder. "We haven't been able to touch it," he said quietly. "Can't seem to move his hand. The magic won't let us." Percy stared at the clock, at the 9 hands that had tracked his family, his entire life. His own hand pointed to home. When had it moved? He'd been at traveling when he disapparated from Hogwarts. The magic must have sensed his arrival, must have pulled his hand to the position it hadn't occupied in 2 years. Bill's hand pointed to home as well. So did Charlie's and Ginny's and Ron's. George's hand was stuck between home and lost, wavering, uncertain, as if the clock couldn't quite decide where to place him. And Fred's hand, frozen on mortal peril, a permanent reminder of what they'd lost. Molly took a shuddering breath and turned away from the clock. "Come sit down," she said to Percy, her voice determinedly steady. "You need food. You need rest." She led him into the kitchen, the same kitchen where he'd eaten breakfast every morning of his childhood, where he'd done homework at the scarred wooden table, where George and Fred had experimented with joke products that occasionally exploded and sent Molly into fits of scolding. It looked smaller than Percy remembered, or perhaps he'd just forgotten how cramped it had always been, how the Burrow had never quite been large enough for a family of 9. 8 now. 8. Percy's legs trembled as he approached the table. His usual spot, his old spot, was 3rd from the left, between Bill and Charlie. But he couldn't just sit down, couldn't just claim his place at the family table as if he hadn't abandoned it 2 years ago. Arthur seemed to sense his hesitation. "Sit, Percy," he said gently, guiding him to the chair. "It's still your place. It's always been your place." Percy sat. The wood was familiar beneath him, worn smooth by years of use. How many meals had he eaten here? How many arguments had erupted across this table? How many times had Fred thrown a dinner roll at Ron? Or George had enchanted the peas to dance? Or Ginny had insisted on sitting next to her favorite brother of the week? The memories hurt worse than any curse. Molly moved through the kitchen with practiced efficiency, her wand directing a pot to the stove, bread to slice itself, plates to descend from the cupboard. But her movements were mechanical, automatic, and Percy could see the tremor in her hands, the way she kept pausing to wipe her eyes. "Where is everyone?" Percy asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Arthur settled into his own chair, at the head of the table where he'd always sat. Bill and Fleur went to gather supplies from Diagon Alley, healing potions mostly. Charlie's upstairs tending to Ginny. She was injured during the battle. Nothing serious, but she needs rest. He paused, his face tightening. Ron is in his room. And George, he didn't finish, didn't need to. Percy's hands clenched into fists on the table. How is he? "He won't come out of his room," Molly said quietly, stirring the stew with sharp, angry movements. "Won't eat, won't talk. He just sits there, staring at Fred's bed." The words hung in the air like a curse. Percy had shared a room with Bill and Charlie growing up, had complained endlessly about the cramped space and lack of privacy. But Fred and George had shared not just a room, but an identity, had been so interconnected that it was difficult to tell where one twin ended and the other began. "How did you survive losing half of yourself?" "I need to talk to him," Percy said. "I need to—" "Not tonight," Arthur said firmly. "Tonight you eat, you rest. Tomorrow is soon enough for conversations." But Percy didn't want to wait until tomorrow. Didn't want to rest or eat or do anything except fix what he'd broken, apologize for what he'd done, somehow make his family understand that he knew he'd been wrong, that he'd been a fool, that he'd give anything to take it back. Molly placed a bowl of stew in front of him. It smelled of beef and vegetables and herbs, and Percy's stomach twisted. He hadn't realized how hungry he was until the scent hit him, but now the thought of eating seemed impossible. How could he eat when Fred would never eat again? "Eat, Percy," Molly said, sitting down across from him. Her eyes were red but dry now, and she watched him with an intensity that made him feel 6 years old again, caught sneaking biscuits before dinner. "You need your strength." Percy picked up his spoon. His hand shook so badly that the broth rippled in the bowl. He brought a spoonful to his mouth and forced himself to swallow. It was good. Of course it was good. His mother's cooking had always been excellent. But it tasted like ash in his mouth. Arthur ate in silence beside him, methodical and slow. Molly didn't eat at all. She just sat with her hands wrapped around a cup of tea, watching her husband and son as if afraid they might disappear if she looked away. The kitchen was too quiet. That was what struck Percy most, the silence. The Burrow had never been silent. There had always been noise, children arguing, the wireless playing, Fred and George laughing, the ghoul thumping in the attic, Errol hooting in his cage. But now there was only the sound of spoons against bowls and the soft hiss of the fire in the hearth. Percy managed 3 spoonfuls before his stomach rebelled. He set down his spoon and looked at his mother. I'm sorry, I can't. It's all right, Molly said, though her face fell. You're exhausted. You need sleep more than food right now. I need to explain, Percy said desperately. I need to tell you why We know why, Arthur interrupted gently. You thought you were doing the right thing. You thought the ministry needed you, that your work was important. We understand, Percy. We've always understood. But you shouldn't understand, Percy said, his voice rising. I was wrong. I chose the ministry over my family. I believed Fudge's lies over my own father's word. I abandoned you when you needed me most. I missed 2 years of everything. 2 Christmases. 2 birthdays for everyone. I missed. His voice broke. He couldn't say it. Couldn't say that he'd missed Fred's last 2 years of life, that he'd wasted time he could never get back. Molly reached across the table and took his hand. Her fingers were warm, rough from years of work, and they squeezed his with gentle pressure. You're here now, she said. That's what matters. You came back. You fought with us at the end. But it wasn't enough, Percy whispered. I was too late. I should have come back sooner. I should have, if I'd been here, if I'd stayed with the family instead of running off to the ministry, maybe Fred would still. Stop. Arthur's voice was sharp, sharper than Percy had ever heard it. You don't get to take responsibility for Fred's death. You don't get to add that to your burden. Fred died fighting Voldemort, fighting Death Eaters. Not because you weren't here. Not because of anything you did or didn't do. Percy stared at his father, at the pain etched into every line of his face. Arthur Weasley, who had always been gentle and patient and kind, looked fierce now, protective, as if he were shielding Percy from a curse. Your brother wouldn't want you to think that way, Arthur continued, his voice softening. Fred wouldn't want you to blame yourself. You know he wouldn't. But that was the problem, wasn't it? Percy didn't know. Didn't know what Fred would have wanted, what Fred had thought about him during those 2 years of silence. All he knew was that Fred had laughed when Percy made a joke during the battle, had fought beside him like they were brothers again instead of strangers. And then Fred had died, and Percy would never get the chance to know anything more. The sound of footsteps on the stairs made all 3 of them turn. A moment later, Ron appeared in the kitchen doorway. Percy's youngest brother had changed too. Ron was taller than Percy remembered. When had that happened? And broader across the shoulders. He looked like a man now instead of the gangly teenager Percy had last seen 2 Christmases ago. His face was bruised, his lips split, and he wore torn jeans and a faded t-shirt instead of the formal dress robes Percy would have expected after a battle. Ron stopped when he saw Percy sitting at the table. His expression was unreadable. Not angry exactly, but not welcoming either. Wary, guarded. Ron, Percy said, standing up so quickly his chair scraped against the floor. You're here, Ron said flatly. It wasn't a question. Yes, I came from Hogwarts. I wanted to apologize. Ron's voice was hard. To explain why you sided with the ministry, why you called Dad a traitor, why you didn't come home for 2 years. Ron, Molly said warningly. No, Mum, he needs to hear this. Ron stepped into the kitchen, his hands clenched into fists. You weren't here. You weren't here when we needed you, when Harry needed us, when Fred and George were building their business and Dad was trying to protect the family and Ginny was being possessed by you-know-whose diary and… Ginny was what? Percy's voice came out strangled. Ron's expression flickered, surprise, then something like satisfaction. You didn't know. Of course you didn't know. You weren't here to know. Ronald Weasley, Molly said sharply, standing up. That is enough. Is it? Ron's voice cracked. Fred is dead, Mum. Fred is dead. And Percy shows up now, after 2 years, and we're just supposed to, what? Forgive him. Pretend everything is fine. I don't expect forgiveness, Percy said quietly. I don't deserve it. Ron stared at him, and Percy saw tears gathering in his eyes, despite the anger in his voice. No, Ron said. You don't. The words cut deeper than any curse. Percy stood there, frozen, as his youngest brother glared at him with a mixture of rage and grief that made him look decades older than 17. But Fred would have forgiven you, Ron continued, his voice breaking. Fred forgave you the second you made that stupid joke about resigning. He was laughing, Percy. He was happy because you were fighting with us, because you were acting like our brother again instead of some ministry robot. And then the wall. Ron's composure shattered. He turned away abruptly, pressing the heels of his hands against his eyes, his shoulders shaking. Molly moved around the table and pulled Ron into her arms. He resisted for a moment, then collapsed against her, crying the way he probably hadn't allowed himself to cry since the battle ended. Arthur stood too, wrapping his arms around both of them, and Percy stood apart, watching his family hold each other together. He didn't move to join them, didn't feel he had the right. After a long moment, Ron pulled away from Molly, scrubbing at his face with his sleeve. I'm going back upstairs, he said roughly. Harry and Hermione are sleeping in Bill's old room. They might need. I should check on them. He started to leave, then paused in the doorway. Without turning around, he said, Your room is still yours. Mum wouldn't let anyone touch it. Then he was gone, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. Percy looked at his mother. He hates me. He doesn't hate you, Molly said, though her voice was weary. He's angry. He's grieving. He's 17 years old and he just fought in a war and lost his brother. He doesn't know what he feels right now. He's right, though, Percy said, about all of it. I wasn't here. I missed everything. I was so focused on my career, on proving myself, on being important at the ministry, that I forgot what actually mattered. Arthur returned to his chair, suddenly looking exhausted. We've all made mistakes, Percy, all of us. I pushed Harry away when I should have protected him. Your mother and I let Ginny go to Hogwarts without realizing how much the chamber incident had affected her. We trusted Peter Pettigrew. We believed Sirius Black was guilty. We're not perfect, son. None of us are. But nothing, Molly interrupted firmly. You made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. You hurt us, Percy. You hurt this family more than I can express. But you're still our son. You're still Ron's brother, and Ginny's brother, and... Her voice caught. And you were Fred's brother. That doesn't change just because you made poor choices. Percy sank back into his chair, his legs giving out. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to make it right. You can't, Arthur said simply. Not all at once, not tonight. But you can start by being here, by staying, by being part of this family again instead of running away. And if Ron won't forgive me, if George won't even talk to me, then you keep trying, Molly said. You keep showing up. You keep proving that you're committed to this family. Eventually, they'll see it. Eventually, they'll understand. Percy looked down at his hands, still stained with dirt from the battle, still trembling despite his best efforts to control them. What if eventually isn't enough? Neither of his parents answered. There was no answer to give. Outside, the sun had fully set. Through the kitchen window, Percy could see stars emerging in the darkening sky, the same stars that had watched over the Burrow his entire childhood, unchanged and unchanging despite everything that had happened below. Molly stood and collected the dishes, vanishing the uneaten stew with a wave of her wand. "You should sleep," she said. "Your room is exactly as you left it. Clean sheets, fresh towels. I've kept it ready, just in case. Just in case he came home. Just in case he came to his senses. Just in case he remembered what mattered." Percy stood on unsteady legs. "Thank you," he said, the words entirely inadequate. For letting me come home. For not turning me away." Molly crossed to him and cupped his face in her hands. "You're my son," she said fiercely. "You'll always be my son. No matter what you've done, no matter how much you've hurt us, this is your home. Do you understand me?" Percy nodded, not trusting his voice. "Good." She kissed his forehead, a gesture she hadn't made since he was small, then stepped back. "Now go to bed. Sleep. Tomorrow will be hard enough without exhaustion making it worse." Percy climbed the stairs slowly, each step an effort. The house felt different in the dark, smaller, more fragile. He could hear movement behind closed doors, a muffled sob from what might have been Ginny's room, low voices from Bill's old room, where Ron said Harry and Hermione were staying, and silence, terrible, absolute silence, from the twins' room at the end of the hall. Percy's room was on the second floor, squeezed between what had been Bill and Charlie's room and the bathroom. He pushed open the door and stood on the threshold, staring. His mother had been telling the truth. Nothing had changed. His bed was neatly made with the same blue quilt he'd used since childhood. His desk sat against the wall, still covered with old textbooks and spare quills. His Hogwarts trunk rested at the foot of his bed, covered in a thin layer of dust. Even his prefect and head boy badges were still pinned to the wall above his desk, gleaming faintly in the moonlight from the window. A room preserved, waiting for him to come home. Percy stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Then, finally alone, he let himself collapse onto the bed and weep for everything he'd lost, everything he'd thrown away, and the brother he would never get the chance to truly apologize to. Outside his window, the Burrow settled into night. The house creaked and groaned, held together by magic and stubbornness, and Percy cried himself to sleep in the room that had always been his, in the home he'd finally, desperately returned to. Percy woke to pale morning light filtering through his bedroom window and the distant sound of voices downstairs. For a moment, one blessed, confused moment, he didn't remember where he was or why his chest felt like someone had carved it hollow. Then memory crashed over him like a curse. The battle, Fred's death, his return to the Burrow, Ron's anger, his mother's tears. He was home, and everything was broken. Percy sat up slowly, every muscle in his body protesting. His torn ministry robes lay in a heap on the floor where he'd discarded them before collapsing into bed. In the morning light, they looked even worse. Blood-stained, scorched, the fabric ripped beyond any simple mending charm. A fitting metaphor for his life, really. Someone had left clean clothes on his desk chair. Percy recognized them as his own. Old jumpers and trousers, From before he'd left for the ministry, before he'd started wearing formal robes every day to prove he was professional, ambitious, worthy of respect. The jumper was maroon with a large P knitted on the front. His mother's work, of course. He'd left it behind 2 Christmases ago when he'd returned her gift unopened. She'd kept it, laundered it, left it ready for him. The thought made his throat tight. Percy dressed quickly, avoiding his reflection in the small mirror above his dresser. He didn't want to see what he looked like, didn't want to face the man who'd chosen pride over family, ambition over love. When he finally worked up the courage to glance at the mirror, he barely recognized himself. His face was gaunt, marked with exhaustion. His hair needed cutting. His eyes looked older than they should. He looked like someone who'd spent 2 years making terrible choices. The voices downstairs grew louder, not angry, but purposeful. People moving, working, speaking in short bursts of conversation. Percy took a deep breath, straightened his shoulders in a gesture that felt automatic after years of ministry posturing, then forced himself to relax. He wasn't a ministry official anymore. Wasn't sure what he was, actually, except a brother who'd come home too late. The stairs creaked under his feet as he descended. Through the walls, he could hear the house settling, groaning. The Burrow had always made noise, had always seemed on the verge of collapse while somehow remaining standing through sheer stubbornness. But now, the sounds were different, sharper, more concerning. Percy reached the ground floor and paused, taking in the damage he'd been too distraught to notice the night before. The wall between the sitting room and the kitchen had a massive crack running from floor to ceiling. Someone had attempted to reinforce it with magic. Percy could see the shimmer of stabilizing charms, but the damage was extensive. Scorch marks darkened the wallpaper near the fireplace. Several windows were cracked or missing entirely, replaced with conjured barriers that kept out the wind, but let in an eerie, filtered light. The grandfather clock still hung on the kitchen wall, Fred's hand still frozen on mortal peril. Percy couldn't look at it for more than a second before his gaze skittered away. In the kitchen, he found his father and Charlie sitting at the table, papers spread between them. Charlie looked up as Percy entered, his weathered face neutral. He'd changed since Percy had last seen him. More scars, deeper lines around his eyes, his dragon hide vest worn and patched. "Morning," Charlie said, his tone carefully even. Not hostile like Ron's, but not warm either, cautious. "Good morning," Percy replied, his voice rough from sleep and crying. "I didn't mean to interrupt." "You're not interrupting," Arthur said, looking up from the papers. His face was drawn with exhaustion, but he managed a small smile. "We're just assessing the damage to the house, trying to figure out what can be repaired with magic and what might need professional help." Percy moved closer, studying the papers. They appeared to be architectural diagrams of the Burrow, hand-drawn naturally, because his father had never been one for formal documentation. Certain areas were marked in red ink, the collapsed wall on the upper floor, the damaged foundation on the east side, the chimney that was listing dangerously to the left. "How bad is it?" Percy asked. Arthur sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "Could be worse. Could be much worse. The protective enchantments held. Your mother's wards are stronger than anyone gives them credit for. But there's structural damage that I'm not sure how to fix. The explosion during the battle sent shockwaves through the area. and the burrow took some of the impact. What explosion! Percy's voice came out sharper than he intended. Charlie and Arthur exchanged glances. You didn't know, Charlie said slowly. The Death Eaters targeted the house specifically, tried to destroy it while most of us were at Hogwarts. They knew it would break Mum if she lost her home on top of everything else. Percy gripped the back of an empty chair, his knuckles white. Was anyone hurt? No, Arthur said quickly. The wards held them off long enough for Bill and Fleur to reinforce them. But the house took damage, and now, with Fred, his voice caught. He cleared his throat roughly. Now we need to repair it, need to make it whole again. Or as whole as it could be, with one member missing forever. Percy pulled out the chair and sat down, studying the diagrams. Despite everything, despite his years at the ministry, his formal education, his careful distance from his chaotic family, he'd grown up in this house. He knew every crooked corner, every impossible angle, every bit of magic that held it together. He could see where the problems were, could see what needed to be done. The foundation needs to be reinforced with a modified version of the permanent sticking charm, Percy said, pointing to the diagram, but carefully applied so it doesn't make the structure too rigid. The burrow needs flexibility to handle its own weight, and the collapsed wall upstairs, that needs to be rebuilt entirely. You can't just repair it. The explosion compromised the integrity of the support beams. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Since when do you know construction magic? I worked in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes before I transferred to the minister's office, Percy said quietly. Part of my job was assessing structural damage after magical incidents. I learned quite a bit about magical architecture. Arthur's expression softened. Then you could help us, if you're willing. Percy looked up at his father, at the hope and exhaustion in his face, and nodded. Of course, I'll help however I can. The back door opened, and Bill stepped in carrying several canvas bags that clinked with glass bottles. Fleur followed, her silver blonde hair pulled back in a practical braid, her elegant features marked with weariness. Bill stopped when he saw Percy at the table. His expression hardened, not as dramatically as Ron's the night before, but noticeably. Cool, assessing. Percy, he said flatly. Bill. Percy stood, unsure whether to extend his hand or maintain distance. Aye, it's good to see you. Is it? Bill set the bags on the counter with more force than necessary. 2 years, Percy. 2 years of silence. And now you show up. Bill, Arthur said warningly. No, Dad. Let me say this. Bill turned to face Percy fully, and Percy could see the anger simmering beneath his older brother's controlled exterior. You called Dad a traitor. You sided with Fudge and his lies. You abandoned Mum when she needed you. You missed... His voice cracked slightly. You missed 2 years of our lives. Fred and George's shop opening, Ginny's Quidditch matches, Ron growing up, all of it. I know, Percy said, forcing himself to meet Bill's gaze. I know what I missed. I know what I did, and I can't take any of it back. No, Bill agreed coldly. You can't. Fleur placed a gentle hand on Bill's arm, speaking quietly in French. Percy caught only fragments, something about family, about grief, about choosing battles. Bill's jaw tightened, but he nodded once, then turned away to unpack the supplies. I brought healing potions from St. Mungo's, he said, addressing the room at large, rather than Percy specifically. Scalygrow, Dittany, Pain Potion, Sleeping Draught, and Madame Pomfrey sent some specialized healing salves for burns and curse damage. "Thank you, Bill," Arthur said. "Put them in the bathroom cabinet. Ginny might need more pain potion later. She was trying to be brave last night, but I could tell her injuries were bothering her." Percy's head snapped up. "What injuries?" "Ron mentioned she was hurt, but I didn't realize. How bad is it?" "Broken ribs, mostly healed," Charlie said. "Some curse damage on her left arm. Nothing permanent, but painful. She fought well during the battle." Pride colored his voice, but also sorrow. "She's stronger than we give her credit for." "I should talk to her," Percy said. "Apologize. I didn't know about what Ron mentioned last night. The diary and—" "She won't want to talk to you," Bill interrupted, his back still turned as he organized potions. "Not yet. Maybe not for a while. What happened to her in her first year? That's not something she discusses easily, and you weren't here when she needed her brothers most." The words stung because they were true. Percy had been so focused on his career, on his own advancement, that he hadn't even known his sister had been possessed, had nearly died, had been used as a pawn in Voldemort's plans. What kind of brother missed something like that? The kind who stopped being a brother at all. The sound of footsteps on the stairs drew everyone's attention. Ron appeared, his hair disheveled, his expression wary as he took in the scene in the kitchen. Behind him came a bushy-haired girl Percy recognized from photographs as Hermione Granger, and Harry Potter stepped into the kitchen, and Percy felt his breath catch. The boy, no young man now, who had defeated Voldemort, looked exhausted beyond measure. His face was bruised, his distinctive lightning bolt scar standing out starkly against his pale skin. He wore borrowed clothes that hung loosely on his thin frame, and his green eyes held a weight that no 17-year-old should have to carry. This was the person Percy had dismissed, had refused to support, had called a liar by his silence and his allegiance to the Ministry. This was the person who had been telling the truth all along, while Percy championed Fudge's propaganda. "Harry," Arthur said warmly, standing to greet him. "How did you sleep?" "Fine, Mr. Weasley. Thank you for letting us stay." Harry's voice was polite, formal, exhausted. "Nonsense. Your family. You're always welcome here." Arthur's voice was firm, and Percy felt a stab of something sharp in his chest. Harry was family. Harry, who wasn't blood, was more family than Percy had been for 2 years. Harry's gaze swept the kitchen and landed on Percy. Recognition flickered across his face, followed by something unreadable. Not hostility, but not warmth either. Uncertainty, perhaps. "Percy," Harry said simply. "Harry." Percy forced himself to meet those green eyes. I owe you an apology. A significant one. I should have believed you. About Voldemort's return. About everything. I should have stood with you instead of—" "It's fine," Harry interrupted, though his expression suggested it wasn't entirely fine. "A lot of people didn't believe me. You weren't the only one." "That doesn't make it acceptable." Harry shrugged, a gesture that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "No, but it's over now. He's gone. That's what matters." Hermione stepped forward, her hand finding Ron's. She looked at Percy with the same assessing expression she probably used in the library, analytical, measuring, deciding whether he was worth her time or trust. "You fought at the battle," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, I came as soon as I realized what was happening. I should have come sooner. Should have. You came, Arthur said firmly. That's what counts. But was it? Percy wasn't sure. Coming at the last moment, fighting in one battle. Did that erase 2 years of absence? Did it balance the scales of his betrayal? Molly bustled into the kitchen from outside, her arms full of vegetables from the garden. She stopped short when she saw everyone gathered, and her face brightened when she spotted Percy. "Oh, good, you're up. I was worried you might sleep all day. Not that you don't need the rest, but I thought you should eat properly. You barely touched your dinner last night." She set the vegetables on the counter and immediately began directing food preparation with her wand. "Everyone sit down. Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes." "Mum, we were just discussing the house repairs," Charlie protested. "The house can wait. Breakfast cannot." Molly's tone left no room for argument. "You're all exhausted, you're grieving, and you need food. Sit." They sat. Percy found himself at his usual spot again, with Charlie on one side and an empty chair on the other, Bill's old place, now occupied by Bill himself, who made a point of not looking at Percy. Across the table, Ron sat between Harry and Hermione, his expression still guarded. Fleur took a seat beside Bill, her presence graceful and calming. Arthur sat at the head of the table, Molly at the foot. 7 people at a table meant for 9. The absence was crushing. Molly cooked with fierce determination, her wand directing pans and plates with aggressive efficiency. Eggs scrambled themselves, bacon sizzled, toast browned perfectly, tea brewed to the exact right strength. Within minutes, the table was laden with food. Far too much food for 7 people. But Molly had always cooked for an army, for 9, specifically. The Shah habit hadn't broken yet. "Eat," Molly commanded, sitting down with her own untouched plate. "All of you. I won't hear any arguments." They ate in relative silence, the scrape of forks against plates unnaturally loud in the quiet kitchen. Percy forced down eggs that tasted like ash, toast that caught in his throat. Across from him, Harry ate mechanically, his mind clearly elsewhere. Ron kept glancing at the empty chair at the end of the table, Fred and George's usual spot, where they'd sat side by side for as long as Percy could remember. "What about George?" Hermione asked quietly, breaking the silence. "Should someone take food up to him?" Molly's face crumpled slightly before she composed herself. "I tried this morning. He won't open the door, won't even answer me." "I'll try," Ron said, pushing back his chair. "Finish your breakfast first," Molly said firmly. "He's not going anywhere." The words hung heavy in the air. George wasn't going anywhere because Fred wasn't here to go with him. The twins had been inseparable since birth, 2 halves of a whole, finishing each other's sentences, thinking each other's thoughts. What did you become when half of you was ripped away? Percy stared at his plate, his appetite completely gone. He needed to talk to George, needed to apologize, to explain, to somehow make his brother understand that he was sorry, that he knew he'd failed them all. But what could he possibly say that would matter? The meal continued in uncomfortable silence until a tapping at the window made everyone jump. An owl, not Errol, but a large barn owl, perched on the sill, a letter tied to its leg. Arthur rose to let it in. The owl dropped the letter on the table and flew off without waiting for a reply. Arthur picked up the envelope, his expression growing somber as he read the address. "It's from the ministry," he said quietly. "About about arranging funerals for the fallen. The word funerals sucked all the air from the room. Molly's hand flew to her mouth. Bill reached for Fleur's hand. Ron's face went white. Harry stared at his plate, his jaw clenched. Percy watched his mother's shoulders shake, watched his father's hands tremble as he opened the letter, and felt the full weight of what had been lost crash over him again. Fred was dead. His brother was dead. And no amount of apologies or attempts to repair the house would bring him back. But the house could be repaired. The walls could be rebuilt. The cracks could be filled. Maybe, just maybe, the family could be too. Percy stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "I'll start on the repairs today," he said. "The structural damage. I can do the preliminary work while arrangements are being made." Arthur looked up from the letter, surprise and gratitude mingling on his face. "Percy, you don't have to." "Yes, I do." Percy's voice was firm. "I can't fix what I've broken. I can't bring Fred back, but I can fix the house. I can do that much at least." Charlie nodded slowly. "I'll help. Between the two of us, we should be able to handle the major repairs." "I can help too," Bill said, still not looking at Percy, but addressing the offer to the room at large. "Once I'm done with the potions inventory." "We'll all help," Arthur said quietly. "This house, it's more than just wood and stone. It's our home. It's held us together for decades. If we're going to heal, we need to start somewhere." Molly wiped her eyes and stood, gathering plates with sharp, determined movements. "Then you'll start after breakfast, and you'll take breaks, and you'll drink water, and you'll not overwork yourselves trying to avoid your grief by throwing yourselves into manual labor." Her voice was stern, but her eyes were gentle, understanding. She knew what they were doing, knew that fixing the house was a way to feel useful, to channel their grief into something tangible, to avoid thinking about the one thing they couldn't fix. Percy met his mother's gaze and saw forgiveness there. Not complete forgiveness. That would take time, would require him to prove himself through actions rather than words, but a beginning, a willingness to let him try. It wasn't much, but it was more than he deserved. Outside, the morning sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the damaged burrow. The house stood crooked and broken, held together by magic and stubbornness and love, just like the family inside it. Percy rolled up his sleeves and prepared to work. By late afternoon, Percy's hands were blistered despite the protective charms he'd cast. He stood in the garden, surveying the day's work with Charlie and Bill. The collapsed wall on the upper floor had been stabilized with temporary support beams, magical constructs that shimmered faintly in the fading light. The foundation on the east side had been reinforced, though it would need additional layers of enchantment to hold permanently. The listing chimney had been straightened, secured with a combination of permanent sticking charms and structural reinforcement spells that Percy had learned during his time in magical accidents and catastrophes. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. "Not bad," Charlie said, wiping sweat from his forehead with a dragon-high glove. "For a ministry paper pusher." The jab was gentle, almost affectionate, and Percy felt something loosen in his chest. "I did more than push papers," he said quietly, "though I suppose that's all anyone saw." Charlie's expression softened. "Yeah, well, you were good at what you did. Too good, maybe. Made it easy to forget you were a Weasley under all those formal robes." "I forgot too," Percy admitted. "That was the problem. Bill, who had been silent for most of the day beyond terse instructions about spell placement, glanced over. "Forgetting isn't the same as choosing to leave," he said. "You made a choice, Percy. You chose the ministry over us. That's what hurt." Percy met his oldest brother's gaze. Bill's face was harder than it had been 2 years ago, scarred from his work as a curse breaker, weathered by war. But beneath the hardness was something else: pain, disappointment, the particular hurt that came from being abandoned by someone you'd looked up to. "I know," Percy said, "and I'm sorry. I know that's inadequate, but it's true. I'm sorry." Bill held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded once. Not forgiveness, not yet, but acknowledgement, a crack in the wall between them. "Come on," Charlie said, breaking the tension. "Mum will have dinner ready soon, and if we're late, she'll have our heads." They trudged back to the house, muscles aching, clothes dusty with plaster and soot. Through the kitchen window, Percy could see his mother moving about, her wand directing pots and pans in the familiar dance of meal preparation. The sight was so achingly normal that it made his chest tight. Inside, the house smelled of cooking. Shepherd's pie, if Percy's nose was correct. His mother's specialty. Fred's favorite. The thought hit him like a physical blow. Of course Molly was making Fred's favorite. Of course she was cooking the meal her son would never eat again, filling the house with the scent of his preferred foods, trying desperately to hold on to something, anything, that felt like he was still here. Percy paused in the doorway, watching his mother work. Her movements were efficient, but mechanical. Her face set in determined lines. She was holding herself together through sheer force of will, the same way she'd held this family together through every crisis, every catastrophe, every moment when things threatened to fall apart. "Don't just stand there," Molly said, without turning around. "Wash up. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Percy climbed the stairs to the bathroom, his legs heavy with exhaustion. The house was quiet. Too quiet. From behind closed doors, he could hear soft sounds. Ginny's voice, low and pained, probably talking to Hermione. The creak of floorboards as someone moved around. The distant thump of the ghoul in the attic, ignorant of the grief that saturated the air. And silence, absolute, terrible silence, from the twins' room at the end of the hall. Percy washed his hands and face, scrubbing away the day's grime. In the mirror, his reflection looked gaunt, haunted. He barely recognized himself. When had he become this person? When had ambition and pride replaced the boy who used to help his mother in the kitchen, who taught Ginny her letters, who tried to mediate between his chaotic siblings? When had he lost sight of what mattered? He dried his hands on a faded towel, another item his mother had kept, another piece of home preserved for his eventual return, and headed back downstairs. The kitchen table was being set. Not by magic, Percy noticed, but by hand. Ron placed plates at each spot with careful precision, his movements slow, deliberate. Harry helped, his face drawn with exhaustion. Hermione directed them quietly, her organizational instincts taking over even in grief. 7 plates, 8 chairs. Fred's seat remained conspicuously empty at the end of the table, the spot he and George had always shared, sitting so close they might as well have been one person. The empty chair sat like an accusation, a reminder, a wound that wouldn't close. "Should we?" Ron started, looking at the empty chair. "No," Molly said firmly. "We leave it." No one argued. Arthur arrived from upstairs, his face grave. George still won't come out," he said quietly. "I tried again. He won't even answer." Molly's hands stilled over the pot she was stirring. For a moment, Percy thought she might break, might finally let the grief overwhelm her. But she took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and continued cooking. "Then we'll save him a plate," she said. "He'll eat when he's ready." But would he? Percy had seen grief before, had witnessed the aftermath of magical accidents, had filed reports on families torn apart by loss. But he'd never truly understood it until now. Never felt the weight of it, the way it pressed down on your chest and made breathing feel like an act of willpower. How did you eat when your brother was dead? How did you sit at a table that felt wrong without him? How did you continue existing when half of you had been ripped away? Fleur entered, her silver hair gleaming in the lamplight. She moved to help Molly, speaking in low French, and Percy caught something about strength and courage. Molly nodded, accepting the comfort, and together they finished preparing the meal. Bill took his seat, gesturing curtly for Percy to sit beside him. Charlie sat on Percy's other side. Across the table, Ron settled between Harry and Hermione, his expression carefully blank. Ginny appeared at the last moment, moving gingerly, her broken ribs still healing, and took a seat beside her father. She looked at Percy for the first time since he'd arrived. Her brown eyes, so like their mother's, were red from crying and hard with something Percy recognized as anger, betrayal, the particular hurt of a younger sister abandoned by an older brother who was supposed to protect her. Percy wanted to speak, to apologize, to explain, but Ginny's expression made it clear she wasn't ready to hear it. She looked away deliberately, focusing on her empty plate. Another bridge burned, another relationship broken. Molly brought the shepherd's pie to the table, a massive dish, steaming and fragrant, big enough to feed 9 people. She set it down carefully, then stood for a moment, staring at it. Her hands trembled, her face crumpled. "Mum," Bill said gently. "I'm fine." Molly's voice was thick but determined. "I'm fine. Let's eat." She sat down at the foot of the table, and Arthur stood at the head. For a moment, Percy thought his father might say grace, might offer some words to mark the moment. But Arthur's throat worked, his eyes shining with unshed tears, and he simply gestured for everyone to begin serving themselves. They passed the shepherd's pie in silence. The only sounds were the scrape of serving spoons, the clink of plates, the soft rustle of movement. No one spoke. What was there to say? Percy took a small portion, his stomach churning despite the day's hard work. Across from him, Harry stared at his plate with the expression of someone going through motions, doing what was expected without truly being present. Ron pushed food around with his fork, not eating. Hermione took tiny mechanical bites. Ginny winced every time she reached for something, her broken ribs clearly painful despite the healing potions. This was wrong. All of it was wrong. The Weasley table had never been silent. There had always been noise, arguments about Quidditch, debates about classes, Fred and George's jokes, Ginny's excited chatter about whatever had captured her interest that day. Even during difficult times, there had been conversation, connection, the chaotic warmth of a family that loved each other despite, or perhaps because of, their differences. But now, there was only silence. Percy forced himself to take a bite. The shepherd's pie was excellent, perfectly seasoned, the meat tender, the mashed potatoes creamy. His mother had put care into this meal, had made it with love despite her grief. But it tasted like nothing in Percy's mouth, like ash, like failure. He glanced at Fred's empty chair and felt his vision blur. "The house repairs are progressing well," Arthur said suddenly, desperately, trying to fill the silence. "Percy did excellent work today. The foundation is much more stable." "Good," Molly said, not looking up from her plate. "That's good." The silence returned, heavier than before. Charlie cleared his throat. "We'll need to work on the upper floor tomorrow. The collapsed wall requires complete reconstruction. Can't just patch it." "I can help with that," Bill offered. "I've got experience with structural magic from curse breaking." "Good," Charlie said. "Between the three of us, we should manage it." 3 of them. The brothers working together, excluding Ron because he was too young, excluding George because he couldn't. Percy set down his fork, his appetite completely gone. "How long?" His voice came out rough. He cleared his throat and tried again. "How long has George been in his room?" "Since yesterday," Arthur said quietly. Since we came home from Hogwarts. Nearly 24 hours. No food, no water, no acknowledgement of the world outside his door. Just George, alone with his grief and the ghost of his twin. "Someone needs to talk to him," Percy said. "We've tried," Molly said, her voice breaking slightly. "All of us. He won't answer, won't open the door, won't—" She pressed her napkin to her mouth, composing herself. "He just sits there. I can hear him sometimes through the door, not crying, not speaking, just sitting." The image was unbearable. George, who had never been still, who had been perpetual motion and mischief and laughter, sitting motionless in a room that was half empty. "Maybe he needs time," Hermione said softly. "Grief isn't. There's no right way to process it. No timeline." "But he needs to eat," Molly insisted, her practicality asserting itself. "He needs to drink. He needs to—" Her voice broke again. "I can't lose another son." The words hung in the air like a curse. Percy's chest constricted, his mother's worst fear, laid bare at the dinner table. That grief would take George the way the battle had taken Fred. "He won't," Ron started, then stopped. "He's stronger than that. George is strong." But was he? Without Fred, was George still George? Or was he just half of something that could no longer exist? Percy looked around the table at his family, broken, grieving, trying desperately to hold together. His father's face was lined with exhaustion and sorrow. His mother held herself together through sheer force of will. Bill's jaw was tight, his scarred features set in the hard lines. Charlie stared at his plate, his dragon handler's calloused hands clenched around his fork. Ginny sat rigidly, her young face aged by pain and loss. Ron looked lost, uncertain, his usual boisterous energy completely absent. Harry and Hermione sat like witnesses to a grief too private to intrude upon. And upstairs, George sat alone in the darkness. "I'll try," Percy heard himself say. "After dinner, I'll try to talk to him." Everyone looked at him. Ron's expression was skeptical. Bill's was doubtful. Ginny's remained hard, angry. "Percy," Molly said gently, "I know he probably won't listen," Percy interrupted. "I know I'm the last person who has any right to talk to him. But I have to try. I have to—" His voice caught. "I need to tell him I'm sorry, that I should have been here, that I was wrong." "He knows you're sorry," Arthur said. "We all know." "But does he?" Percy met his father's gaze. "Does George know?" I haven't spoken to him in 2 years. The last time we talked, I was telling him and Fred that their joke shop was a waste of time and talent. I told them they were throwing away their futures. He stopped, swallowing hard. I was cruel, and now Fred's gone, and I never got to tell him I was wrong. That their shop was brilliant, that they were brilliant. I can't tell Fred, but maybe I can tell George. Molly's eyes filled with tears. Oh, Percy, let him try, Charlie said quietly. What's the harm? If George won't open the door, then nothing's changed. But if there's even a chance, Bill nodded slowly, reluctantly. Just don't push too hard. If he tells you to leave, you leave. Understood? Understood, Percy said. They returned to their meal, but the silence felt different now. Less empty, perhaps. Or maybe Percy just wanted it to feel different. Wanted to believe that his offer to try, to reach out, to do something, mattered. They ate slowly, mechanically. Molly served treacle tart for dessert, another of Fred's favorites, and Percy watched his mother's hands shake as she cut neat slices, as she placed them on plates, as she served her family with the same care she'd always shown. When she reached Fred's empty chair, she paused. For a heartbeat, Percy thought she might serve him a slice anyway, might place it in front of the empty seat, as if Fred might walk in at any moment, grinning and reaching for dessert with sticky fingers. But Molly's hand trembled, and she set down the serving knife and sat down abruptly, her face crumpling. Arthur reached for her hand. Bill looked away, his jaw working. Charlie stared at his plate. Ginny pressed her napkin to her eyes. Ron's shoulders shook with silent sobs, and Percy, who had spent 2 years being rigid and controlled and professional, felt tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry," Molly whispered, not to anyone in particular, to all of them, to the universe. "I'm so sorry. I keep expecting him to walk through the door, to hear his laugh, to see him and George together, finishing each other's sentences, planning some ridiculous prank. She broke off, sobbing into her hands, and Arthur pulled her close, his own face wet with tears. Around the table, the family wept, openly, without shame, without trying to hide their grief. Harry cried silently, his thin shoulders shaking. Hermione held Ron while he sobbed into her shoulder. Ginny cried, with her face pressed against her father's arm. Bill wept with his head bowed, Fleur's hand gentle on his back. Charlie's tears fell onto his uneaten treacle tart. And Percy, who had held himself apart for so long, who had built walls of ambition and pride around his heart, finally let himself grieve fully for the brother he'd lost and the years he'd wasted. The treacle tart sat untouched on the table, growing cold. Outside, the sun set over the damaged Burrow, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. The house settled around them, groaning and creaking, held together by magic and stubbornness and love. Inside, the Weasley family cried together for the first time since the battle, sharing their grief at a table set for 9 but occupied by 8, with one chair standing empty and waiting for a twin who would never come home. When the tears finally subsided, when the sobs became sniffles and then silence, Molly stood on shaky legs and began clearing plates with trembling hands. This time, no one protested. They all helped, passing dishes, vanishing uneaten food, cleaning the table with the mechanical efficiency of people trying to find normal in the midst of unbearable grief. The treacle tart was covered and stored away. Maybe tomorrow someone would have the appetite for it. Maybe not. Percy carried plates to the sink, working alongside his mother in silence. She didn't speak, didn't look at him, just accepted his help with quiet gratitude. It was such a small thing, clearing dishes after dinner, but it felt monumental. A return to routine, to normalcy, to the simple acts of family life. When the kitchen was clean, when the dishes were washed and put away, when there was nothing left to do but face the evening ahead, Percy took a deep breath and headed for the stairs. It was time to talk to George, time to face the brother he'd abandoned, to offer apologies that would never be enough, to somehow find words for a grief that had no words. Percy climbed the stairs slowly, each step an effort. Behind him, he heard his family settling into the sitting room, the murmur of quiet conversation, the crackle of the fire Arthur had lit, the soft sounds of people trying to comfort each other. At the top of the stairs, Percy paused outside the twins' room. The door was closed. No light showed beneath it. No sound emerged from inside. Percy raised his hand to knock, then hesitated. What could he possibly say? What words could bridge 2 years of absence? What apology could make George care that his estranged brother was sorry? But he had to try. Percy knocked softly on the door, 3 gentle raps that echoed in the quiet hallway. "George?" His voice was barely above a whisper. "George, it's Percy. Can we talk?" Silence. Percy waited, counting his heartbeats, hoping for some response. A word, a sound, anything, nothing. "I know you probably don't want to see me," Percy continued, speaking to the closed door. "I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but I need to tell you I'm sorry. About everything, about not being here, about what I said about the shop, about—" His voice broke. "About Fred." Still nothing. Percy pressed his forehead against the door, his eyes burning with fresh tears. "Please, George, please just let me talk to you. Let me explain. Let me—" "Go away, Percy." The voice was rough, hollow, barely recognizable as George's, but it was something. It was acknowledgement. "George, please." I said go away. Louder this time. Harder. "I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you. Just leave me alone." Percy's hand pressed flat against the door, as if he could reach through the wood and somehow make his brother understand. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If I could change it, if I could go back." "But you can't." George's voice was flat, emotionless. "You can't go back. You can't change anything. Fred is dead, and you weren't here, and nothing you say now will fix that. So just go away." The words were a knife to Percy's chest, true and terrible and completely deserved. "I know," Percy whispered. "I know I can't fix it. I know sorry isn't enough. But I need you to know. Fred forgave me. At the end, during the battle, we fought together. We laughed together. He forgave me, George." Silence stretched for so long, Percy thought George had stopped listening. Then, "Good for Fred." The bitterness in George's voice was crushing. He always was better at forgiving than I am. Always saw the good in people, even when they didn't deserve it, even when they abandoned their family for some ministry desk and a fancy title. Percy flinched. "You're right. I didn't deserve his forgiveness. I don't deserve yours. But I'm asking for it anyway. I'm begging you to let me, to give me a chance to—" "To what?" George's voice rose, sharp and broken. "To make yourself feel better, to ease your guilt. I don't care about your guilt, Percy. I don't care about your apologies. My brother is dead. My twin is gone. And you think saying sorry will make any difference? "No," Percy said, tears streaming down his face. "No, I know it won't make a difference. Nothing will make a difference. But I had to try. I had to tell you that I'm here now, that I'm not leaving again, that I want to be your brother again if you'll let me." A sound came from inside the room, something between a laugh and a sob. "My brother," George repeated. "You stopped being my brother 2 years ago, Percy. You can't just decide to come back and expect everything to be fine. That's not how this works." "I know," Percy whispered. "I know. But I have to start somewhere. Then start somewhere else. Start with someone else. Because I can't." George's voice broke completely. "I can't do this right now. I can't think about forgiveness or family or anything except the fact that Fred is gone and I'm still here and nothing makes sense anymore. So just, please, Percy, please just leave me alone." The plea was so raw, so desperate, that Percy stepped back from the door. His hand fell to his side. His chest ached. "All right," he said quietly. "All right, George. I'll go. But I'm not giving up. I'm not leaving again. When you're ready, if you're ever ready, I'll be here." No response came, only silence. Percy turned away from the door and walked back down the hall, his shoulders slumped, his heart heavy. He'd tried. It hadn't worked. But at least he'd tried. Downstairs, the family still sat in the sitting room, lit by firelight and lamp glow. They looked up when Percy appeared, questions in their eyes. Percy shook his head. "He won't talk to me. Asked me to leave him alone." Molly's face fell. Arthur sighed heavily. No one looked surprised. Percy sank into an empty chair, exhaustion crashing over him like a wave. Around him, his family sat in quiet companionship, sharing their grief, holding each other up through the sheer act of being together. 8 people in a room meant for 9, with Fred's ghost hovering over them all, and George locked away upstairs, lost in a grief too deep for words. The burrow creaked and settled around them, broken but still standing, just like the family inside it. The night stretched long and restless. Percy lay awake in his childhood bed, staring at the ceiling he'd memorized years ago. Someone had repaired the crack that used to run from corner to corner, probably his mother, maintaining the room even in his absence. The thought made his chest ache. From down the hall came occasional sounds, footsteps, a door opening and closing, the creak of floorboards. His family, equally sleepless, moving through a house that felt too empty despite being full of people. At some point past midnight, Percy heard it, a sound so soft he almost missed it. A door opening, footsteps in the hallway, then the quiet click of the bathroom door closing. George. It had to be George. Percy sat up, his heart pounding. He should stay in bed, should give his brother space, should respect George's request to be left alone. But what if this was his only chance? What if George locked himself away again and wouldn't come out for days? Before he could second-guess himself, Percy slipped out of bed and into the hallway. The bathroom light showed beneath the door. He could hear water running, George washing his face maybe, or filling a glass to drink. Percy positioned himself a respectful distance from the door and waited. Minutes passed. The water stopped. The light went out. The door opened. George stood in the doorway, backlit by moonlight from the window behind him. He looked terrible, gaunt, hollow-eyed, his hair disheveled. He wore the same clothes he'd been wearing at the battle, still stained and torn. When he saw Percy waiting in the hallway, his expression hardened. "I told you to leave me alone," George said, his voice rough from disuse. "I know," Percy said quietly, "but I heard you come out, and I thought, I hoped." "You hoped wrong." George moved to step past him, back toward the twins' room. "Please." Percy's voice cracked. "Please, George, just give me 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. 5 minutes. And if you still want me to go away, I will. I'll leave you alone, I promise." George stopped, his back to Percy. His shoulders were rigid, tense. For a long moment, he didn't move, didn't speak. Then, slowly, he turned around. 5 minutes, he said flatly. "That's it." Percy's breath left him in a rush. "Thank you. Do you want to? Should we go downstairs? Or, here is fine." George leaned against the wall, his arms crossed defensively. "Talk." Percy had prepared speeches in his head. Eloquent apologies, careful explanations, measured words that would somehow convey the depth of his regret. But now, faced with his brother's hollow eyes and defensive posture, all those prepared words evaporated. "I was wrong," Percy said simply, "about everything, about the ministry, about Voldemort, about what mattered. I was so focused on my career, on being important, on proving I was better than just another Weasley, that I lost sight of what being a Weasley meant." George's expression didn't change. "Is that it? You were wrong? That's your big apology?" "No, Percy ran a hand through his hair, frustrated with himself. "I'm not good at this. I never was. I'm better with regulations and reports, with things that have clear rules and proper procedures. But people, family, that's messier, more complicated." "So you chose the simple thing," George said, his voice hard. "The ministry, with its neat little boxes and clear hierarchies, easier than dealing with us." "Yes," Percy admitted. "That's exactly what I did. It was easier to be important at the ministry than to be just Percy at home. Easier to follow rules than to navigate the chaos of this family. Easier to be respected by strangers than to—" He stopped, his throat tight. "Than to what?" George pressed. "Than to risk being overlooked," Percy said quietly. "Than to be the third son, the one who wasn't brilliant at curse-breaking like Bill or adventurous with dragons like Charlie. The one who wasn't part of a matched set like you and Fred. The one who wasn't brave like Ron or special like Ginny. Just Percy. The boring one, the rule follower. The one who got good marks and followed directions and never quite belonged." George's arms loosened slightly. "So you left because you felt overlooked?" "I left because I was a fool," Percy said. "I let my insecurities and my pride convince me that success at the ministry was more valuable than being part of this family. I chose ambition over love, status over belonging, and his voice broke. "I lost 2 years. 2 years I can never get back. 2 years with Fred that I wasted because I was too stubborn and too proud to admit I was wrong." The name hung between them. Fred. The absence that defined everything now. George's face spasmed with pain. "Don't," he said roughly. "Don't say his name like you knew him, like you were part of his life. You weren't here, Percy. You weren't here for any of it." "I know." Percy's eyes burned with tears. "I know I wasn't. And I can't change that. I can't go back. I can't—" He stopped, took a breath. "At the battle, when we fought together, Fred and I actually fought together, side by side. I made a joke about resigning from the ministry, about how it was worth it if I could finally be myself again instead of Fudge's puppet." George's jaw tightened, but he didn't speak. "Fred laughed," Percy continued, his voice thick. He actually laughed. And for just a moment, it was like we were brothers again. Like the past 2 years hadn't happened. Like I hadn't been an insufferable git who abandoned his family. Percy wiped his eyes roughly. And then the wall exploded, and Fred... Stop. George's voice was sharp, broken. I don't want to hear about the battle. I don't want to hear about walls exploding or final moments or any of it. Because no matter what happened in those last few minutes, it doesn't change the fact that you chose to miss 2 years of his life. You're right, Percy said. Nothing I say changes that. Nothing I do can bring him back or give me those years back. But I'm here now, George. I'm here, and I'm not leaving again. And I'm telling you that I was wrong about everything, and I'm sorry. I'm so desperately sorry. George stared at him, and Percy could see the war happening behind his eyes. Anger and grief and exhaustion all battling for dominance. When he finally spoke, his voice was raw. You want to know what the worst part is? George said. It's not that you left. It's not even that you chose the ministry over us. It's that Fred never stopped believing you'd come back, never stopped making excuses for you. He's just ambitious, Fred would say. He'll realize what matters eventually. Even when you sent back Mum's Christmas jumper, even when you refused to acknowledge us in public, Fred kept saying you'd come around. Percy's vision blurred completely. He said that all the time. George's voice was bitter. Drove me mad, actually, because I was angry at you. I wanted to write you off, to stop caring, to let you go. But Fred wouldn't. Fred kept hoping. George's face crumpled. And he was right. You did come back. But he's not here to see it. He's not here to be smug about being right. He's not here to forgive you properly, or to make terrible jokes about your ministry robes, or to... George's voice broke entirely. He slid down the wall, his legs giving out, and sat on the hallway floor with his head in his hands. His shoulders shook with silent sobs. Percy stood frozen for a moment, uncertain. Then, slowly, he moved to sit beside his brother, leaving a careful space between them. He didn't try to touch George, didn't try to comfort him. He just sat there, present, while George fell apart. I don't know how to do this, George said eventually, his voice muffled by his hands. I don't know how to be just George. We've been Fred and George since we were born. One person in 2 bodies. And now I'm just half of something that doesn't exist anymore. You're not half, Percy said quietly. You're whole. You're George. You've always been George, even when you were part of Fred and George. You don't understand. George lifted his head, his face blotchy and wet. We finished each other's sentences, thought each other's thoughts. I can't remember a single moment of my life when Fred wasn't there. And now, he gestured helplessly. Now there's just silence, empty space where he should be, and I don't know how to exist in that space. Percy's chest ached. I don't have answers. I don't know how you survive this, but I know. He stopped, choosing his words carefully. I know Fred wouldn't want you to disappear too, to lock yourself away, to stop being George just because Fred is gone. Don't. George's voice turned sharp again. Don't tell me what Fred would want. You don't get to do that. Not after 2 years of not caring what any of us wanted. You're right, Percy said. I don't have that right. But I'm telling you anyway, because someone needs to say it. Fred loved you more than anything in this world. Being your twin, being part of Fred and George, That was his identity as much as yours, and he would be destroyed to see you like this, to see you shutting down, shutting everyone out. Maybe I want to shut down, George said. Maybe that's easier than feeling this. He pressed a hand to his chest. It's like someone carved out half my heart, like there's a hole inside me that nothing can fill, and you want me to just, what? Keep going? Pretend everything is fine? Make jokes and be cheerful George, who everyone expects to laugh, even though my twin, my brother, is dead? No, Percy said firmly. I don't want you to pretend anything. I want you to grieve, to be angry, to feel whatever you need to feel. But I also want you to come downstairs, to eat, to let Mum see that you're all right, because she's terrified she's going to lose you too. George laughed bitterly. I'm not all right. I'm never going to be all right again. Maybe not, Percy agreed. Maybe you'll always carry this. Maybe it will always hurt. But you'll learn to carry it. You'll learn to live with the hole instead of letting it consume you. Spoken like someone who's never lost anything that mattered, George said. The words were meant to hurt, and they did. But Percy didn't flinch away from them. You're right. I've never lost someone I loved the way you loved Fred. But I lost 2 years with all of you. I lost time I can never get back. I lost relationships I nearly destroyed permanently. And I'm telling you, the guilt, the regret, the knowledge that I can't fix it, it's unbearable. But I'm bearing it anyway. Because that's what you do. You bear the unbearable because the people who love you need you to. George was quiet for a long moment. Then, when did you become wise? I'm not wise. I'm trying. For the first time in 2 years, I'm actually trying to do the right thing instead of the ambitious thing. A door opened down the hall. Ron appeared, disheveled and sleepy. He stopped short when he saw Percy and George sitting on the floor. Is everything all right? Ron asked cautiously. Define all right, George said, but his tone wasn't as harsh as it had been. Ron moved closer, then sat down on George's other side. Couldn't sleep either, he asked. Haven't really slept since... George stopped. Yeah, couldn't sleep. Another door opened. This time it was Ginny, wrapped in a dressing gown, her face drawn with pain and exhaustion. She took in the scene, her 3 brothers sitting in the hallway in the middle of the night, and without a word, sat down beside Ron. Then Bill emerged, followed by Charlie. They looked at each other, shrugged, and joined the growing group on the floor. Are we having a family meeting? Charlie asked. Because if so, someone should have mentioned it. I would have brought snacks. It's not, Percy started, then stopped. I was just talking to George. Looked like more than talking, Bill observed. His tone was neutral, but not hostile. Progress, perhaps. Percy was trying to apologize, George said, for being a git for 2 years. I am sorry, Percy said, looking at each of his siblings in turn. I owe all of you an apology. Not just George, all of you. Ron, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you needed me. When Harry needed support and the family was standing with him, I should have been there too. I should have believed you. Ron's expression softened slightly. You're here now, he said quietly. That's what Fred said. Percy's back. We're going to be all right. George made a choked sound. He said that. Right before... Ron stopped, his face crumpling. Right before the wall came down. He was happy, George. Really happy. Because Percy made a joke, and it was like old times. Tears streamed down George's face. That sounds like Fred. Always finding the bright side. Always believing in second chances. Ginny, Percy said, turning to his sister. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you needed me. Ron mentioned something about your first year. About the diary, Ginny said, her voice hard. I was possessed by you-know-whose diary. I nearly died, and you were too busy with the ministry to notice. The words were harsh, but Percy heard the pain beneath them. I should have been here, he said simply. I should have protected you. That's what older brothers are supposed to do, and I failed. I'm sorry. Ginny looked away, blinking back tears. You can't just come back and fix everything with apologies. I know, Percy said. I know I can't, but I have to start somewhere. Bill cleared his throat. For what it's worth, Percy, and I'm not saying I forgive you completely, but you did good work on the house today. The repairs are solid, professional. Thanks, Percy said, surprised by the unexpected praise. And, Charlie added, you were right about needing to rebuild the collapsed wall entirely. I'd been thinking we could patch it, but your assessment was correct. These were small things, tiny olive branches, but they mattered. I don't expect forgiveness, Percy said, looking at all of them. Not immediately, maybe not ever, but I'm asking for a chance to prove I've changed, that I understand what matters now. That family is, his voice caught. That family is everything. George leaned his head back against the wall, his eyes closed. Fred would want us to forgive you. He'd probably already have forgiven you completely by now. But Fred isn't here, Ginny said, her voice sharp with grief. So we have to decide for ourselves. And it's not a decision we can make tonight, Bill said. It's going to take time. Trust isn't rebuilt in one conversation, no matter how heartfelt. I understand, Percy said. I'll wait as long as it takes. They sat in silence for a while, 6 siblings on a hallway floor in the middle of the night. The house creaked around them, settling into darkness. From downstairs came the distant ticking of the grandfather clock, marking time that moved forward whether they wanted it to or not. I miss him, George said suddenly, breaking the silence. I miss him so much, it's like I can't breathe. We all do, Ron said thickly. I keep expecting to hear his laugh, Charlie added, or to find dung bombs in my belongings. He put one in my luggage last Christmas, exploded when I opened my trunk at the Dragon Sanctuary. Despite everything, George's mouth twitched slightly. That was a good one. Took us weeks to get the timing charm right. He was brilliant, Bill said. Annoying, but brilliant. Remember when he and George turned Ron's teddy bear into a giant spider? Ginny said, a reluctant smile crossing her face. Ron screamed so loud, he woke the whole house. I was 3, Ron protested, but he was smiling too, painfully. Or when they stole my prefect badge and made copies that said, Pompous Git, Percy said quietly. I was furious, absolutely furious. But looking back, it was kind of funny. George's eyes opened. He looked at Percy with something that might have been surprise. You thought it was funny? Not at the time, Percy admitted. At the time, I wanted to hex them both into next week. But now I'd give anything to have Fred steal my badge again. To be annoyed by his pranks. To be part of the chaos instead of standing apart from it. He'd be glad to hear that, George said softly. He always said you needed to loosen up, stop being so rigid. He was right, Percy said. He was right about a lot of things. They fell silent again, each lost in memories of Fred, his laugh, his mischief. his unwavering belief in second chances and bright sides. Footsteps on the stairs made them all look up. Molly appeared, wrapped in her dressing gown, her face drawn with concern. "What?" She stopped, taking in the sight of her children sitting together on the hallway floor. "Is everything all right?" "We're talking," George said. "About Fred, about everything." Molly's hand flew to her mouth. "George, sweetheart." "I'm okay, Mum," George interrupted. His voice was rough, broken, but there was something in it that hadn't been there before. Life, maybe, or at least the willingness to keep living. "I'm not fine, but I'm okay." Arthur appeared behind Molly, his face flooding with relief when he saw George out of his room, sitting with his siblings. "Come downstairs," Molly said, her voice trembling. "All of you. I'll make tea. We'll sit together." One by one, they stood, helping each other up. Percy offered George his hand. For a moment, George just looked at it. Then, slowly, he took it and let Percy pull him to his feet. They made their way downstairs, a procession of siblings in the darkness. In the kitchen, Molly lit lamps with her wand and set the kettle on. Arthur stoked the fire in the hearth. The family gathered around the scarred wooden table, the same table where they'd eaten their silent dinner hours before. But this time, when they sat down, George was with them. 7 siblings, 2 parents, crowding around a table meant for 9. Fred's chair still stood empty, but somehow, with George present, the absence felt less crushing, still painful, still wrong, but bearable. Molly poured tea with shaking hands, serving each of her children with the same care she'd always shown. When she reached Percy, she paused, then leaned down and kissed the top of his head. "Welcome home, dear," she whispered. Percy's eyes burned with tears. "Thank you, Mum." They drank their tea in companionable silence, exhausted and grieving, but together. Outside, the stars wheeled overhead. Inside, the Burrow held them safe. It wasn't healing, not yet. The wounds were too fresh, too deep. But it was the beginning, and sometimes a beginning was enough. Chapter 6. The Portrait and the Memory. The house settled into an uneasy quiet as the family dispersed back to their rooms. Percy climbed the stairs with heavy limbs, his body exhausted but his mind still racing. The conversation with George played over and over in his head. The pain in his brother's voice, the admission that Fred had never stopped believing Percy would return. Percy reached his room but couldn't bring himself to go inside. Not yet. He was too restless, too full of thoughts that wouldn't quiet. Instead, he found himself wandering down the hallway, past closed doors, past the bathroom, toward the sitting room on the 2nd floor. The small room was barely used, more of a landing than anything, with a sagging sofa that had been there since Percy was a child, a bookshelf stuffed with old textbooks and broken Quidditch equipment, and walls covered in family photographs and portraits. Moonlight streamed through the single window, illuminating dust motes that danced in the silvery light. Percy sank onto the sofa, his head in his hands. The exhaustion was bone deep now, but sleep felt impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Fred's face, laughing during the battle, going slack as the wall exploded, frozen in that last moment of life. "Can't sleep either." Percy's head snapped up. George stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the dim light from the hallway. He looked terrible, hollow-eyed, gaunt, his clothes still the same torn, blood-stained ones from the battle. But he was here, out of his room, present. "No," Percy said quietly. "Too many thoughts." George moved into the room slowly, as if each step required effort. He didn't sit on the sofa beside Percy. That would have been too much, too intimate. But instead leaned against the bookshelf, his arms crossed loosely over his chest. "Me too," George said. I close my eyes, and he's there, laughing, making plans for the shop, talking about the next prank. And then I remember, his voice caught. And then I remember he's gone. Percy nodded, not trusting his voice. They stood in silence for a long moment. Two brothers who had been strangers for 2 years, now bound together by grief and the ghost of the brother they'd both lost. "You know what the worst part is?" George said finally. "People keep telling me he's at peace now, that he died a hero, that he's in a better place. As if any of that makes it better. As if I care about peace or heroism or better places when all I want is my brother back." "I know," Percy said softly. "Do you?" George's voice turned sharp. "Do you really? Because you got to leave. You got to walk away from this family for 2 years and not think about us, not worry about us, not care what happened to us. And now you're back and you get to grieve Fred. But you don't get to grieve 2 years of him. 2 years of jokes and pranks and late nights planning inventory for the shop. 2 years of him being Fred." The words hit like hexes, but Percy didn't flinch. "You're right. I don't get to grieve those years because I chose not to be part of them. I chose to miss them, and I'll regret that for the rest of my life." George's jaw tightened. He looked away, his gaze landing on the wall of photographs. Old pictures, mostly. The Weasley children at various ages, grinning at the camera, their faces full of life and mischief. "He forgave you, you know," George said quietly. "At the battle, after you made that joke about resigning, he turned to me and said, 'Percy's back. He's actually back.' He was so happy, Percy. Like getting you back was worth everything." Percy's throat closed up entirely. "George." And then 5 minutes later, he was dead. George's voice was flat, emotionless. 5 minutes of having you back, and then he was gone. Do you know what I would give for 5 more minutes with him? 5 minutes to say goodbye properly? To tell him... He stopped, his voice breaking. To tell him all the things I should have said when I had the chance? "I know it's not the same," Percy said carefully, "but he knew you loved him. He knew that, George. Twins don't. You don't need words for that." "Maybe." George moved to the window, staring out at the dark garden. "But I still wish I'd said it. One more time. Just once more." Percy rose from the sofa and moved to stand beside George. Not too close, respecting his space, but close enough to be present. Together, they looked out at the Burrow's garden, silvered by moonlight and shadow. "For what it's worth," Percy said, "I wish I'd said it too. To Fred, to all of you. I wish I told you that I loved you, that I was proud of what you and Fred built, that the joke shop was brilliant. I wish I'd said a lot of things." George glanced at him sidelong. "The shop really was brilliant, wasn't it?" "It was," Percy said firmly. It is brilliant. Fred would want you to keep it going." "I know." George's voice was hollow. "But I don't know how. Fred was the ideas person. Fred was the one who could look at anything and see how to make it funny. I was the one who made his ideas work. And without him..." "You're brilliant too," Percy interrupted. "You always were. You just let Fred take the spotlight because he loved it more. But you're just as talented, George, just as creative. You don't know that. You weren't there." "No, I wasn't," But I remember you as kids. I remember watching you both work on your inventions, and you were always the one figuring out the magical theory, the one making sure the spells were stable. Fred had the vision, but you had the skill to make it reality. George was quiet for a long moment. Then, he used to say that too, that we were balanced, that I kept him grounded, and he kept me dreaming. I don't know how to dream anymore, Percy. I don't know how to see possibilities when all I see is absence. Before Percy could respond, a voice spoke from behind them. Perhaps I might offer some perspective. Both brothers turned. On the wall behind the sofa hung a portrait Percy had forgotten about, a distant Weasley ancestor, painted sometime in the 18th century, based on his powdered wig and ornate robes. The man in the portrait had been dozing but was now awake, regarding them with intelligent eyes. Ignatius Weasley, the portrait said, inclining his head. I've been hanging in this house for nearly 250 years. Witnessed quite a bit of family history in that time. George stared at the portrait. You knew we were here? Portraits don't sleep, young man. We merely rest our eyes. I've been listening to your conversation. Ignatius's expression was kind. And if I may be so bold, I've heard similar conversations many times over the centuries. Loss is not new to this family, I'm afraid. That doesn't make it easier, George said roughly. No, Ignatius agreed. It doesn't. But it does mean you're not alone in your grief. Many Weasleys before you have stood where you stand now, having lost someone they loved, wondering how to continue, questioning whether they even want to. And what did they do? Percy asked. They continued anyway. Ignatius's painted face was serious, not because they wanted to, not because it stopped hurting, but because they had people who needed them, family who loved them, a life that demanded living even when they didn't feel capable of it. George turned back to the window. I don't feel capable of it. Few people do in the immediate aftermath of loss, Ignatius said. But capability isn't required, only willingness. The willingness to wake up each day, to eat when you're not hungry, to speak when you'd rather be silent, to continue existing even when part of you has been torn away. That sounds exhausting, George said. It is, the portrait agreed. But you won't do it alone. You have family, brothers who love you, even this one who made some remarkably poor choices, but has clearly learned from them. Percy felt his face heat. Even portraits were calling out his failures. The thing about family, Ignatius continued, is that we're remarkably resilient. We bend, we break, we fracture, but we also heal, slowly, imperfectly. But we do heal. This family has survived wars, poverty, persecution, loss. It will survive this too. You will survive this too. I don't want to survive it, George said, his voice breaking. I want Fred back. I know. Ignatius's voice was infinitely gentle. But that's not an option available to you. So you must choose. Will you let grief consume you, or will you learn to carry it? Will you honor your brother's memory by disappearing, or by living the life he would want you to live? George's shoulders shook. Percy, acting on instinct rather than thought, reached out and placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. George didn't pull away, didn't lean in either, but didn't pull away. Fred would want you to live, Percy said quietly. He'd want you to keep making people laugh, to keep inventing, to keep being George, even without him. You keep saying that, George said, but you don't know what Fred would want. You weren't here. Actually, Ignatius interjected, I believe Percy does know, because from what I observed during the battle, yes, portraits can see quite far when we choose to. Young Fred was delighted to have Percy back. Absolutely delighted. And if I know anything about twins, which I do, I had twin daughters myself, then Fred's greatest wish would be for George to find happiness again. Not immediately, not easily, but eventually. George wiped his eyes roughly. Your daughters, did they? One died of dragonpox at age 23, Ignatius said. The other lived to be 87, and she told me, before her own portrait was painted, that she carried her sister with her every day of those 64 years. The grief never disappeared entirely, but it became part of her rather than all of her. She learned to live alongside it. 64 years, George whispered. I can't imagine 64 years without Fred. You don't have to imagine 64 years, Percy said. You just have to imagine tomorrow, then the next day, then the next, one day at a time. George was quiet for a long moment. Then, he told me, after you made that joke at the battle, he said, Percy's back. We're going to be all right. George's voice cracked. Those were his last words to me about you. We're going to be all right. Percy's vision blurred completely. George. And the thing is, George continued, tears streaming down his face, he was right. Even about that, even dying, he was right. We are going to be all right. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually, because we're Weasleys, and we're stubborn, and we don't give up even when everything is terrible. Percy pulled George into a hug before he could second-guess himself. For a moment, George stood rigid, uncertain. Then his arms came up, and he clung to Percy with desperate strength, sobbing into his shoulder the way he probably hadn't let himself cry since the battle ended. I'm sorry, Percy said, his own tears falling freely. I'm so sorry I wasn't here. I'm sorry you had to face this without me. I'm sorry for everything. I know, George said roughly. I know you are. They stood there for a long time, two brothers holding each other up in the moonlit room while a portrait watched with ancient, understanding eyes. Outside, the night deepened. Inside, something shifted. Not healing, not yet, but perhaps the first tentative step toward it. When they finally pulled apart, both brothers were red-eyed and exhausted. George managed a watery smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, but was an attempt nonetheless. I should try to sleep, George said. Mum will have my head if I don't at least try. Will you? Percy hesitated. Will you come down for breakfast? George paused, considering, then nodded slowly. Yeah, I think Fred would want me to, even if all I do is sit there. That's enough, Percy said. Just being there is enough. George started toward the door, then stopped and looked back. Percy, thanks for trying, for not giving up even when I told you to go away. You're my brother, Percy said simply. I'll never give up on you again. George nodded once, then disappeared into the hallway. Percy heard his footsteps, slow, heavy, but moving, heading toward the twins' room. Percy sank back onto the sofa, emotionally drained. He looked up at Ignatius's portrait. Thank you, he said, for what you said. It helped. That's what family is for, Ignatius said. Even family that's been dead for 2 centuries. Now go to bed, young man. Tomorrow will be difficult enough without exhaustion making it worse. Percy managed a small smile. Yes, sir. He made his way back to his room, his body heavy with exhaustion, but his heart somehow lighter than it had been. George was coming down for breakfast. George had let him help, had accepted his presence, had even thanked him. It wasn't forgiveness, not complete forgiveness, but it was something, a beginning, a tentative step toward rebuilding what Percy had broken. Percy crawled into bed and, for the first time since the battle, felt like sleep might actually be possible. Outside his window, the stars wheeled overhead. The Burrow creaked and settled. And in rooms throughout the house, the Weasley family rested, broken, grieving, but together. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, funeral arrangements, continued repairs, more difficult conversations. But tonight, they had taken a step forward, and sometimes one step was enough. Percy woke to birdsong and the smell of breakfast cooking. For a disoriented moment, he thought he was 11 years old again, waking up on a Saturday morning with nothing to do but help in the garden or play chess with Ron, or read in the sitting room while his mother hummed in the kitchen. Then reality settled over him, like a weight. Fred was dead, the war was over, and nothing would ever be quite the same again. But the sun was shining through his window, warm and golden, and from downstairs came the sounds of his family stirring, life continuing, despite everything. Percy dressed slowly in the clothes his mother had left for him. Another old jumper, soft from years of washing, and comfortable trousers that had once been his favorites. When he looked in the mirror, he barely recognized himself. Gone was the rigid ministry official with perfectly pressed robes and carefully styled hair. In his place was someone who looked almost like the boy he'd been before ambition and pride had led him astray. He took a deep breath and headed downstairs. The kitchen was already full of people. Molly stood at the stove, her wand directing multiple pans with the ease of long practice. Arthur sat at the table reading the Daily Prophet, his face drawn but peaceful. Charlie was buttering toast, and Bill poured tea while Fleur arranged plates. And there, at the table in his usual spot, sat George. He looked terrible, pale, hollow-eyed, his hair uncombed. But he was there, out of his room, present. He stared at his empty plate with unfocused eyes. But when Molly set a cup of tea in front of him, he picked it up and took a small sip. Percy's chest tightened with something that might have been hope. "Good morning," he said quietly, not wanting to disturb the fragile peace. "Morning, Percy," Arthur said, looking up from his paper. His smile was tired but genuine. "Sleep well?" "Better than I expected," Percy admitted, taking his seat. "You?" "Well enough." Arthur folded the paper and set it aside. The ministries announced a memorial service at Hogwarts next week, for all those who fell in the battle. The words hung heavy in the air. Molly's hands stilled over the stove. George's grip tightened on his teacup. "Next week," Molly repeated quietly. That's soon. They want to honor everyone while the wizarding community is still gathered," Arthur explained gently. "Before people return to their homes, their lives, it makes sense." But nothing about this made sense. Nothing about planning a funeral for Fred, about choosing what to say and how to say goodbye, made any sense at all. Ron appeared in the doorway, Harry and Hermione behind him. They all looked exhausted, marked by the battle in ways that went deeper than physical injuries. When Ron saw George at the table, his face brightened with relief. "George," he said, moving to sit beside his brother. "You're here." "Yeah," George said, his voice rough. "Couldn't stay upstairs forever. Mum would have dragged me out eventually." "I would have," Molly confirmed, setting plates of eggs and bacon on the table. But I'm glad it didn't come to that. Ginny was the last to arrive, moving carefully, her broken ribs still healing. She paused when she saw Percy, her expression unreadable, then took her seat without comment. Progress, perhaps, or at least not active hostility. They ate in relative quiet, the silence less oppressive than it had been at dinner the night before. George managed a few bites of toast. Ron and Harry spoke in low voices about Quidditch, a return to normalcy, however forced. Hermione discussed house repairs with Bill, her practical nature asserting itself even in grief. Percy ate slowly, aware of his place at this table, aware that he was here on sufferance, that his family's willingness to let him back in was tentative and fragile. But he was here. That mattered. After breakfast, Arthur said, "We should continue the repairs. The upper wall needs significant work, and the foundation could use another layer of reinforcement." "I can help," Percy said immediately. "We know," Charlie said, and there was something almost friendly in his tone. "You did good work yesterday. Solid spells." The praise, small as it was, made Percy's throat tight. "I'll help too," Ron offered. "I'm not as good with construction magic, but I can lift things, move debris." "Me too," Harry added quietly. "Then we'll make a proper work crew of it," Arthur said. "Many hands make light work." Molly began clearing plates, her movements brisk and determined. "And I'll handle lunch. You'll all need to keep your strength up. Can't rebuild on empty stomachs." It was so normal, so achingly familiar. His mother fussing over food, his father organizing work projects, his siblings volunteering to help. As if they were any ordinary family on any ordinary day, rather than a family learning to function with a Fred-shaped hole in their midst. George set down his teacup and spoke for the first time since greeting Ron. "I want to help too." Everyone froze. Molly turned from the sink, her face a mixture of hope and concern. "George, sweetheart, you don't have to." "I know I don't have to," George interrupted, his voice firm despite its roughness. "But I want to. I can't just sit around. I need to do something." "Are you sure?" Arthur asked gently. "No," George admitted, "but I'm doing it anyway." Percy saw his parents exchange glances, relief, worry, hope all mingled together. Then Molly nodded. "All right, but you take breaks when you need them. No pushing yourself too hard." "Same goes for all of you," Fleur added, her accented voice gentle but firm. "You are grieving. You must be kind to yourselves." They finished breakfast and filed outside into the warm May morning. The garden was a mess, trampled from the Death Eater attack, torn up by protective spells, the vegetable patches destroyed. But the sun shone warm on their faces, and the air smelled of growing things and possibility. Percy, Charlie, and Bill took the lead on the major repairs, with George working quietly beside them. Arthur supervised, offering suggestions and encouragement. Ron and Harry moved debris, clearing space for the reconstruction work. Ginny and Hermione, limited by Ginny's injuries, focused on repairing the garden, coaxing trampled plants back to life, replanting what had been destroyed. The work was hard, physical, demanding, but there was something healing in it too. In the act of building, of fixing, of making broken things whole again. They worked through the morning, breaking only when Molly brought out water and sandwiches at midday. Percy found himself working beside George, steadying a support beam while George secured it with careful wand work. They didn't speak much, didn't need to. But there was a companionship in the shared labor, a tentative rebuilding of their own relationship alongside the rebuilding of the house. At one point, George's spell faltered, his wand hand shaking. Percy reached out without thinking, steadying his brother's arm. "I've got you," Percy said quietly. George looked at him, really looked at him, and nodded. "Yeah, you do." It wasn't forgiveness, exactly, but it was acknowledgement, acceptance, perhaps, a willingness to let Percy be his brother again. By late afternoon, the collapsed wall was half rebuilt, the foundation reinforced, the chimney straight and stable. It wasn't finished. There was still work to do, spells to cast, magical protections to restore. But the burrow looked less broken, more like itself. They gathered in the garden as the sun began its descent, exhausted and dirty, but satisfied. The house stood crooked and ramshackle as always, but it stood, held together by magic and determination and love. "It's looking better," Arthur said, surveying their work with pride. "Much better." "Fred would have made a joke about our construction skills," George said suddenly. His voice was thick, but there was the ghost of a smile on his face. "Something about how we built like we were raised in a barn." "He would have," Charlie agreed, his own smile sad. "And then he would have enchanted something to fall on our heads. Remember when they enchanted the garden gnomes to throw tomatoes?" Ron said. "Took us days to catch them all." "Percy was so angry," Bill added, glancing at Percy. "You'd just gotten your prefect badge and you were covered in tomato juice." "I was furious," Percy admitted. "I thought they'd done it deliberately to embarrass me. Looking back, they probably had." "Definitely had," George confirmed. "Fred planned that for weeks." They stood in silence, remembering Fred's pranks, his laughter, his absolute conviction that life was meant to be lived with joy and mischief. The memories hurt, but they were precious too. Proof that Fred had existed, had mattered, had left his mark on all of them. "He'd want us to remember the good times," Ginny said softly. Not just the end." "Then we will," Molly said, emerging from the house with a tray of tea. "We'll remember his laugh, his terrible jokes, his kindness, all of it." She set the tray on the garden table, worn and weathered, but still solid, and began pouring. One by one, they gathered around, accepting cups of tea, settling into chairs or onto the grass. The evening sun cast long shadows across the garden, gilding everything in gold. Percy found himself sitting between George and Charlie, the three of them, shoulder to shoulder. It felt right, natural, like coming home after a long journey. "Tomorrow we'll finish the wall," Arthur said, "and work on restoring the protective enchantments. But today, we did well." "Today we did well," Molly echoed, raising her teacup. "To family, to home, to—" her voice caught. "To Fred, who loved this house and everyone in it. To Fred," they chorused, raising their own cups. George's hand trembled as he lifted his tea, but he managed to toast his twin, to acknowledge the absence, to begin the long process of learning to live with loss. Percy raised his cup and met his mother's eyes across the table. She smiled at him, tired, sad, but genuine, a smile that said he was welcome, that he was home, that despite everything he'd done wrong, he was still her son. "Welcome home, Percy," Arthur said quietly, as if reading his thoughts. Percy's eyes burned with tears, but he blinked them back. "Thank you, Dad, for letting me come back, for giving me another chance." "Your family," Arthur said simply. Family doesn't give up on each other. We might get angry, we might be hurt, but we don't give up. Even when we probably should, Ron added, but his tone was teasing rather than bitter. Even then, Molly confirmed. She looked around the table at her children, all of them present except the one who could never be present again. And her face was fierce with love. We're Weasleys. We're stubborn and chaotic, and we argue constantly. But we love each other. That's what matters. That's what will get us through this. As the sun set over the Burrow, the family sat together in the garden they were healing, beside the house they were rebuilding. The evening air was cool and sweet, full of bird song and the distant hum of garden gnomes settling in for the night. Fred's absence would always be there, a hole that could never be filled, a silence where laughter should have been. But around that absence, the family was knitting itself back together, slowly, painfully, but together. Percy looked at George and saw determination beneath the grief, looked at his parents and saw strength, looked at his siblings and saw resilience. The Weasley family was broken, yes, but they were healing too. And Percy was part of that healing now, part of the family again, not because he deserved it, but because they had chosen to let him back in. Because love was stronger than pride, forgiveness more powerful than ambition. As darkness fell and stars emerged overhead, Molly lit lanterns in the garden with her wand. They glowed softly, warm and welcoming, turning the battered garden into something magical. "Come on," she said, standing. "Inside. I'll make dinner, and we'll sit together properly." They filed into the house, carrying their empty teacups, their bodies tired, but their hearts somehow lighter. The Burrow welcomed them home, crooked walls, damaged but repairable, full of love and memory and the promise of healing. Percy was the last to enter. He paused at the door and looked back at the garden, at the house, at the life he'd nearly thrown away forever. Then he turned and followed his family inside, into the warmth and light of home. The door closed behind him with a soft click. And in the sitting room, Ignatius's portrait smiled in satisfaction, watching over the family he'd known for centuries as they began, once again, to heal.